Loading all the assets at startup. Not a Okay. Assuming that we're in that situation, right now we are loading all of our bitmaps. We haven't talked really very much about asset management in terms of how we're managing loading stuff in the code, and that's actually deliberate. It's not something that I think is really worth discussing at the moment. I think that's going to be something that comes into play once we have a bit of the renderer, sort of the real renderer, once we kind of have more of a real renderer written, is really more the appropriate time to start thinking about that. So right now we just have the sort of the most basic thing you might do in a game, which is loading all the assets at startup. Not a particularly useful thing to do if you're actually talking about a shipping game, because like I said, in this game, we're going to be streaming our assets in, so loading everything at startup isn't really an option for us, but while we're just developing things, it's certainly fine. So, I'm going to have to load these different hero things for 4 different directions, so I'm just going to go ahead and make life a little easier on myself for now and just say that we have sort of a hero bitmaps structure, and that will have basically the different pieces, the head, the cape, and the torso, each for the different facing directions of the hero, so that I can basically say, all right, we have hero bitmaps, and the hero bitmaps that we have are for the 4 facing directions. So we'll just say hero bitmaps, and I guess I'll do, I don't know, we could do something like just a brackets 4, I guess, because we will essentially have to map into that somehow. We'll think about that in a second. But anyway, if I want to load those in, I've already got code that loads each of the test pieces in here into the hero head. I don't know what happened to our hero torso code. I must have accidentally hit Control K. That's a mistake. So basically, we already have code that does that, which is this code right here. But I need to load one of those for each of the facing directions, like test hero front, the sort of the front, back, side. And all that sort of stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and do the stupidest possible thing here, just do hero bitmaps, and I'm going to substitute in basically one of these like that for each of these ones that we load, like so, and then I'm just going to go ahead and call that 4 times. Nothing particularly exciting here. And like I said, we'll think harder about how we want to do this stuff once we actually think about. So that's not something that I would encourage you to do when you're actually doing the real code, but for now it's exactly the right thing to do because you do not want to be thinking about that. while you're trying to work on other pieces of the code. So here is the set of files that we have. We have front, back, left, and right. I'm not sure what the best way to map those to 0, 1, 2, and 3 are at the moment. So I guess maybe what I will say is let's go ahead and we'll just do maybe start with moving right in that 0 slot. And then, I'll basically do it almost like it was a circle. So then there's there's up is after that, like so. And then this would be left, right? And I guess it's not up. It's actually, that's looking at his back, right? Like so. And then front is down here, which we've already got. And so that'll load all those bitmaps into memory for us, and it'll just go ahead and be using those for the entire run of the game at the moment. If I go ahead and compile, then we will not be able to find that when we do the hero head, but we should be able to do hero bitmaps 0.head, and now we should basically be back to exactly where we were before, only now he's, the other facing direction, right? But I'm going to need actually to draw, well, you know what? I don't know why I keep forgetting the fact that I can always leave the code running. We don't actually have to. I don't have to. I guess it's just from a lot of the stuff that I work on day to day doesn't have this feature necessarily, so you kind of get in the habit, unfortunately. Oops, that's not right. So if I have the head, I have the torso, and I have the cape, I guess the cape comes over the torso. Basically what I want to do is I want to draw these in reverse order, because remember, this is a lot like Photoshop. Things get layered on top of each other. So what I actually want is I want the torso first, since that's the thing that's the lowest down in terms of what gets shown. Then the cape gets layered on top of that, then the head on top of that. And in theory, that should reconstruct my hero. If I'm not very much mistaken, and yes, there he is. There's the little hero fellow, and he is facing in the direction to the right, which is what I expected. Now, I probably could also say here, if I had a facing direction for the little fellow, right? If I had facing direction equals 0, let's say, and I went in here and said, facing direction like this or something, then I would be able to also sort of flip him around, I suppose, as I go, right? If I flip it to 1, there he goes. 2, now he's facing that way. 3, now he's facing towards us. And so if I wanted him to basically face the direction that he's actually moving in, 3,000, okay? Don't think 3,000 is a very good thing to type in there. If I wanted to face the direction he's moving, I just need some way of specifying what it was, whatever that last direction was, that's the direction in which he moved, right? So if I go in here and I just say, all right, that facing direction, hero facing direction is now a parameter, and then out here I can go ahead and grab out the hero bitmaps thing that is appropriate based on that facing direction, right? I can go ahead and do, game state hero bitmaps for game state hero facing direction, that would give me back that bitmap that I actually want, the whichever one it's actually supposed to be. And so then if I go in here and just go ahead and change these all to sort of operate off of that, then I've sort of made it so that we can easily store in the game state structure what it actually is we want the hero facing direction to be. So if I go ahead and go over to the code where we actually move the guy around, right, with move up, move down, move left, and move right, it'd be pretty trivial for me to sort of go and just set it to whichever key down you pressed last, which is a totally reasonable thing to do for now. Since we don't really, again, we haven't done that vector mass, so we can't really do much. We haven't really written any real hero movement code yet. And so it's not really going to be something that we can do anything fancy with yet. But for now, we can certainly set the hero facing direction to whichever thing you actually pushed down last. So if the hero, was moved, compile that to basically have my mistyped it once there. So if we're moving, I made it, but I didn't actually. Right, worth level of a temporary fix to it. If you consider the fact, if you consider what these bitmaps actually are, right? If we actually go, and you can see we're drawing the player's bitmaps, right? All those 3 bitmaps. We're drawing them with this upper left corner here. This is the point, the position that we're passing when we say we want to draw those bitmaps. There's a bunch of information there's a bunch of sort of assumed information that's all getting baked in there. And it's why, for example, the hero is kind of nowhere near where our rectangle thinks he should be. This was our little test rectangle that said where we thought the hero should be. So it's not at all correct, right? We'd expect the hero to kind of be standing up, with his feet roughly where the bottom of the rectangle was, for example, but that's not at all what's happening. And so considering that situation, right, what's going on there? Well, if you look at what we've got in terms of assets, if you go into the test directory and look at what these assets are, let's say we open one of them up. Well, actually, I'll open up all 3 for a given facing direction. We'll open up the front-facing ones for now inside GIMP. And what you can actually see if you take a look at these guys, in fact, you know what I can do too. That was probably the wrong way to do it. Of course, that opens 3 different copies of GIMP there for me. Thank you so much, GIMP. What I'll actually do is I'll go ahead and we have the front torso loaded. I'm going to load the head and the cape. And so now they're all in there as a layer, right? They're all in as layers. And what you can see is basically the way the art comes in, because these are raw art assets that we're loading, we haven't processed them or done anything to them. Basically, they're just a giant empty space around the guy, which is totally fine. Like, we want that. That's what you want your artist to give you. But then you need to do work to kind of process those down into final art assets that you would use, and you wouldn't store all that empty space, obviously, and so on and so forth. But the other important part of this is that there's essentially an implicit hotspot defined here. Oftentimes it's oftentimes called a hotspot on, that's like the old school term for it. It's sort of what used to call like cursor locations and stuff that you'd use for offsets. I don't actually know why the term is what it is, but there's an implicit sort of alignment point you could think of, which is basically right down here where the dude is standing is where we kind of want to position him in the world, right? We want to have this point align with where we think the player's position is, like something like that, right? Basically, right where he would be sort of standing, where he would be touching the ground, right? And we don't actually have that information yet. And so what we're going to have to do in our eventual real art files is we will have to have those registration marks basically in there, or we'll have to set them manually, one or the other, doesn't matter, but you have to do something along those lines. And so if I look in there, I can actually see down in the bottom here, right here, GIMP will tell me what those pixel coordinates are, like 72, 182, 72, 182, right? You can kind of see as I move, those are the X and Y positions. So we can go ahead and put that in there. We can say that it's 72, the front. So in the one where he's facing the front, and in fact, I guess we could sort of do it here. So it's, it's 72 and 182 for the X and the Y. We could go ahead and make this a little more concise here and basically say, well, okay, there's these hero bitmaps, and we're going to introduce another thing, which is basically the align X and align Y, right? for this bitmap set so that we kind of know how to position them relative to the points that we actually care about in the world, if that makes sense. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to basically have those registrations that we'll just hard code for now into this part ourselves. And then when we get to the point where we actually are talking about putting large numbers of assets into the game, what we'll need to do is we'll need to have a way of actually loading that data from somewhere. Like that data will have to be produced in a more efficient fashion. We probably don't want to sit here and hand code it ourselves. What we'd rather have is some way of just marking it in Photoshop or whatever it is. And then when those art assets get exported, we'll make sure they get exported to something that we can read when we process our art assets. So I am going to go ahead here and just do something like this, where we can sort of have a nice, yeah, something like that. In fact, I guess what I could do, yeah, this is actually pretty easy. You could actually do this, and then I'll just do bitmap arrowhead equals debug load, like so, and bitmap arrow cape. So just clean things up. Up a little bit here, so there's not quite so verbose. There we go. And now I'll also do bitmap align x equals something and bitmap align y equals something, and then I'll move on to the next bitmap, right? So this will just load our hero bitmaps as they were. So I'm just going to go ahead and make that change everywhere. I think I can probably, I don't know. You know it's always dicey when I do this, but we're going to do it anyway, I think. I think it's the right time to do it, people. And you know when it's the right time to do it. You know. And when it's the right time, you kind of just got to go with it. You kind of got to go with the flow sometimes. So there we go with that, and then we'll put that here. So let's go ahead and get that going on. There we go, just clean that up. And now we've got something a little more respectable in terms of code we can use. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and just manually for now do those offsets. But again, that's just something, something definitely to pay attention to. If you didn't have me sitting here telling you the sorts of things that we'll probably do, because I've done stuff like this before, this would basically be a place where you'd want to think in your head, I don't want to be sitting here manually opening up these bitmaps every time the artist changes something, looking to see where that alignment point is. Like, you can see that that's going to be something that's going to take time, and you kind of want to think to yourself, what might we be able to do that could sort of speed that process up, right? Like, how could we make a better way of setting these alignment points, right? And there's a lot of different ways you could do it, but it's just something to be aware of. You kind of it raises that little red flag where you kind of got to think to yourself, what's the end scheme here? So it looks actually like these are roughly the same. I don't know. Yangxian may have already just kind of lined everything up for us, which is kind of nice. So it looks like they may all be roughly the same. So we won't have to really do... Yeah, I think she might have. Although that one's a little different than the other ones probably. But we could probably use them all at the moment as being 72, 182. That's what actually they almost all look like is roughly that value. So we'll leave it like that, but we can tweak them later. Okay, so now we've got these loaded. There we go. What? Why are you... Oh, whoops. That's no good. I didn't even realize I still had the game loading. My bad. Sorry, guys. Okay. So now we've got our little fellow there. And what I want to do is, like I said, I've got the information in there now where I could go ahead and correct for where he should be relative to that, relative to the alignment point. And so what I need to do is I need to have some way of actually taking that alignment into account. So in here where I do this draw bitmap, I want to basically be able to change the player left and the player top based on that alignment amount. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce probably a new function here, which is a draw bitmap align function. Or there's a different thing I could do, which is I could make these basically be some kind of registered coordinates. It's a little bit hard to say at the moment. I think possibly in the interest of... it's so tough to say sometimes, I'm not sure how we want to do this yet. So I think temporarily what I might do is I might just pass these as optional parameters into this thing. We're going to want to do something fancier than this later, but I think we might just want to have it in there right there for now, and we'll sort of... When we have more of a renderer, there's going to be more clearer places where those should go, in my opinion. So I think for now we'll just leave it like that, and we can go ahead and say that the hero bitmaps align X and the hero bitmaps align Y can go ahead and get passed in there. All right. So I'll go ahead and compile that. And what I want to do now, right, is I want to actually use those alignment points to offset the place where we would be drawing the guy, and I think I actually have to... I'm trying to remember what we actually did for player. We're passing player left and player top, but that's not what we actually want anymore. We actually just want the player's actual location, right? So we actually want to know where the player actually is. We want a player ground point, basically, and we want that ground point in X and Y. And so we don't really, we're not so interested necessarily in these sort of like adjustments for the player's height and the player's width and so on, right? That's not actually what we want to see. What we want to see here is we want to see, let's see, something more like that. So that's going to be the player ground point X and the player ground point Y. And then I'll go ahead and keep computing the location for our rectangle as well. You might as well leave that drawing. But then in here, so what I want to do is I want to pass those points that we're aligning to, right? So I'm going to pass those instead of the left and top. So player ground point Y. There we go. So now we're passing the right things in, and now that should make our guy appear even more off-center because we're now passing this point right here, which means it's drawing like this. So now what we have to do is do that alignment to get him back up to the right place. So if I go into that draw bitmap call, you can sort of see it's not going to be particularly difficult. We've got our real X and our real Y that come in here. Basically, all we have to do is subtract from those the values that we have for our alignment, right? All we need to do is say, we want this align X and this align Y to actually be sort of the alignment point versus the point that we've been passed in. So if you think about what happens, I'll go ahead and draw it out for you here on our handy dandy whiteboard. I don't know why Krita still is passing a hand for our cursor. Nobody really knows. We don't try to understand Krita. We just accept the fact that it does what it does. And so what I'm doing here, right, is we've got a blit routine, and the blit routine is going to draw a rectangle from like an upper corner. It's going to copy these rows in here, right? But what we have is we have a registration mark, right, in the world that's basically where the player ground point is. So this is the ground point, right? And then we have a bitmap that also has a registration mark in it, right, that's measured from that upper corner. So what we want to do, if we are saying that these two registration marks should line up, then where, relative to the ground point, where would we draw, right, this bitmap? Well, the answer is we just invert, right, whatever this was. If we're saying that the align X and align Y is how you get from the upper corner to the alignment point, then getting back to the upper corner is just going to be a matter of subtracting them, right? And so that's all I'm going to actually do here, is I'm just going to go ahead and subtract those align X and align Y points so that I can offset my bitmap by the amount that would be necessary to move those alignment points into coinciding, right? And so now you can see our little hero fellow. He actually is properly aligned with where we thought he should be, and that's all good. He's a little off in the direction that I said maybe he would be off in, which is those side ones. I wasn't sure what we should set those alignments to, but he's, for the most part, pretty much fine. And so that's a lot better than what we had in there before. Now, what I'd like to do is I'd like to get back to screen-based stuff here. We had our tile map, and then we started doing scrolling just as a test thing. I'd like to get back to having things fixed on the screen where we just walk and we walk around the screen. We're going to have to do a relative computation to see where is the player relative to the camera. Because we know the camera is at the screen center X and screen center Y. We know that's where the camera is essentially going to be in sort of the space when we draw the screen, because that's the definition of the center of the screen, is wherever the camera is telling us to look. So what we need to do is we need to add something to that, right? We need to say, where is the player relative to the camera so that we know where to draw him relative to the center of the screen, right? And so what we need to do is we need to have essentially a subtraction operator, and this kind of leads nicely into that math stuff that I was talking about, so this is going to be good because we'll have it sort of is a nice segue, if you will, for talking about this tomorrow or Monday, whenever we decide to transition over to it. But we've got these tile map positions, and basically what we want to be able to do is we want to be able to subtract, right? We want to be able to say, how do I get from one to another? If I have the player and I have the camera, how would I get from the camera to the player? Because that's the distance that I want to give in sort of, that's what I want to add to the screen center to know where the player is. Right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say, okay, let's actually pretend we have that. Let's actually just say that we had something that could do a subtraction, right? And it could subtract a tile map position from another tile map position and will give us back the real 32 answer, right? So I'm just throwing in a name for that at the moment. I'm not suggesting this is actually going to be the name eventually. But that, let's do that subtraction, right? Well, that subtraction is just going to be between the player P, right, and the camera P. Oops, game state, camera P, like so. Now, of course, we might as well just do, we don't really want to have multiple functions for this, so we might as well just do one that will actually give us back the whole answer. And again, this is kind of setting up the math, so we're going to have to kind of do this in a bit of a janky way for now because we haven't introduced vectors yet. So we're just going to kind of see it, and then when we do our vectors, which I guess will be maybe tomorrow, since it seems like this is kind of the most pressing concern, we can kind of see how it cleans this stuff up nicely. So I could basically say there's a tile map difference function, let's say, and that's going to basically give us back the difference in x, y, and z when we do that subtraction. So if I do the subtraction, I could do it like this. I could say that we get back a tile map difference, right? And that difference is going to be the difference between the player and the camera. Once I have that difference, it's pretty easy for me to go ahead to flip things around for our kind of we don't really have a render yet, like I said, so our coordinate systems are a little ad hoc here. So of course, yes, this is where we have to do our flip always, which, you know, is kind of annoying at the moment, but that will all get handled in our renderer for us. So it's not as janky as it seems like it has to be. The fact that the up and down doesn't quite work the way that we would like it to. But anyway, so yes, what we would like to do here is we'd like to have the player ideally go in the opposite direction. Also, let me see here. We should also make sure that we don't have a bug in our offset x, offset y stuff. I don't think we do, but we could double check to make sure that we don't. So let's go ahead and double check everything here. So we're going to take all of the tile-sided meters, the DTY. Y is always going up. It goes up in tiles as well as in our meters units there. So that's correct. But yes, this is wrong because obviously the guy is supposed to go up. All right. So first things first, we always want to move the camera to wherever the player is in Z, I would say, right? So no matter what happens, I would say the camera P, I'm just going to say that the abs tile Z is always going to be the same. What we want to do here is we want to then say, all right, the other thing we need to do is to see whether the player ever gets more tiles to the left or to the right than he should be relative to the player. Now, what we could do if we're always locked to screens, there's a lot of different ways we could do this. You know, it depends whether we want to drop down our own manual camera points, and this would allow us to do different things like having screens of different scales sometimes. There's just a ton of stuff we could do here. I'm trying to keep it, again, relatively simple because one thing at a time. But we basically have a problem with our tiles X and tiles Y, where what we want to do is if the player moves one screen to the right or one screen to the left, we want the camera to follow them there, right? And so the simplest way we might do that is just basically say, if we rounded the player's position to whatever the closest screen center point was, we want the camera to always be looking at that, right? And that's one way we could do it. I'm not sure if that's the smartest way to do it or not. Yeah, it's really hard to say. So one way, I mean, you know, let's put in something. Let's put in something even simpler. Let's say we've got this diff function here, right? Like so. Oops. In fact, I guess we don't even really need the diff function now that I think about it. Well, I guess you kind of want it. We probably do want the diff function. I don't know. It's difficult to say. But I guess what we'll do for now is say, all right, when we do the subtraction here, then basically what I'm going to do is say if the delta x is greater than a certain amount, then I'm going to go ahead and move the camera forwards, and if it's less than a certain amount, right, I'm going to move the camera backwards. I'm just going to see how that works out. So basically, how far is it? Well, I'd say it's that 17:2 number again, right? If he moves basically more than one screen's worth away, then we'll go ahead and do the change. So I don't know. Let's see what that number actually ends up being. If I have 17 tiles across, is I think what we said it was normally on the thing. And so that's 8.5 is the midpoint. So 8 tiles in. The 8th tile, right? We have 7 tiles on one side, 7 tiles on the other side, and then the middle tile, right? So basically, if you were to get, let's say, 9 tiles away, if you were to get 9 tiles away from the camera on the X direction, that would be too many, and we'd want to flip to the next screen. So what we could do is say, all right, let's take 9.0f is the number times the tile side in meters, right? And that is basically going to tell us tile side in meters. That's going to say that the player moved too far away from the camera, right? I'm just going to go ahead and do that like so. And let's just see what that gets us. Again, we got to go upstairs first because we can't get out of this room. So we go out there, and then we go here, and oh, that is not. Oh, well, that did exactly what I told it to do. We're supposed to move the full 17 tiles, but for some reason I only had it move 1 tile, which is not really going to help us here, to say the least. All right, let's try that again. My bad. That was not very bright. So yes, if I go out here now, we should see me come back on the other side, which is exactly what happens, and that's all good. Again, we have to go fix our problem so that this doesn't happen. So that's the next thing to do. And then we also have to fix up and down. So here we go. I can walk out here, and then I can kind of walk up here. And this is the place where we would like to go off the screen. So again, hey man, since we got notice the to-do here that we left in there, which is source row needs to be changed based on clipping. And so that's the problem. So basically what happens is our rectangle that we're blitting does properly get clipped, so we don't overwrite memory or do anything bad like that. But what we're not doing is advancing the source row and basically that starting pointer for where we're copying the pixels. We need to advance that by however much we clipped the left and top edges of this bitmap. So basically this part right here, when we do this, we need to basically save an offset value. We need to save like a source offset X, and we need to save a source offset Y to tell us why we should be fetching pixels further in because we aren't drawing the ones that are off the screen, right? And to make that a little clearer for folks who haven't done this sort of thing before, when we're normally drawing, right? What's happening is if we're clipping off the other side of the screen, we don't have to adjust the point where we copy from, right? All we do is copy less. So when we copy a row, if we started here, all we have to know is we'll stop copying before you would have otherwise, which would be all the way out here. But if we were to clip off the min edges of the screen, right, in a case like this where we're clipping off both of the minimum edges, then we can't start copying from here. We actually need to start copying from here. And so we weren't doing that, and so obviously we were going to have those graphical glitches because what was going to happen is we were going to start copying from here, but we were going to draw it to here, which basically gives a phantom translation of our bitmap down and to the right, and it makes it look like it stops early because this is still the clipping for it. So it basically translated our guy this way and clipped him, so you'd see like his head like there, when his head should be up here off screen and his body should be here, right? So all we need to do is just advance that pointer, pre-advance that pointer to the right location, and that will totally fix the bug that we have. So all we need to do here is basically go, all right, we have this, which is our source row, but we could go ahead right now and update it to say that whatever our offset X is, we'll move that many pixels in, and whatever our offset Y is, we'll multiply that by the bitmap width, right? And that will offset it by that number of rows. So that way we'll get the row offset and the column offset. We're all good there. So all we need to do now is actually store them. And of course, it's whatever it was, whatever this value was, that this negative value is we want to offset by the opposite of that, right? So there we go. And now we should be copying this guy, or we'll just go ahead and just straight up fucking crash because it's amateur programming hour here on Handmade Hero, apparently. I don't know exactly what I did there. Because I forgot that this bitmap is bottom up, right? So basically, we have to actually go down. We have to actually subtract for each of the source offsets. Yeah, not the brightest move by Casey. It's true, but again, a lot of this stuff is just, since this is test code, you can't expect me to remember all that stuff. When we actually are doing the full render code, a lot of this will be more commented and more directly. We'll have boiled it down more, and then you can get mad at me. So I'm not going to owl of shame that. That was not an owl of shame moment. In my opinion, I'm going to give myself a bye on that one. All right. So anyway, I think our dude is pretty much okay now. You can see how he clips properly now off either edge of the screen. So that's all good. We'll try it on up as well, just to make sure that, yep, that's all good. Up and down seem to be good there. No issues. Yep. Yep. Everything is fine. Okay, so he can go adventure around our very sparse and not particularly interesting world, but at least everything is working the way that we think that it should. And so that's good. That's all very nice and good. The other thing that we probably should do at some point here is check our frame rate, because of course, at the current moment, you know, we're doing this rendering code without any optimizations. It's not SIMD. It's not optimized at all. It's crazy. And so we should probably verify that all of this crazy stuff that we did without any thought to the performance of it whatsoever. And we're also not even using GPU. So we're at a severe disadvantage performance-wise here. So we should actually just go and check, because we still haven't had a chance to do anything in terms of a heads-up display for ourselves. I just want to take a quick second to look to see what our frame rate actually is in practice. So let's take a look at that. And it looks like we're still okay. We are hitting that 30 frames per second goal, and so we are in good shape. All right. Even with all of that pigginess. So I think that's about everything that I wanted to do today. I can't think if there's anything else that I thought that I needed to do. I don't think so. So maybe let's go ahead and go to the Q&A a little bit early. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Oh, well, you know what? There is one thing we could do that I wanted to mention. I mentioned this in the forums to people because they were having trouble with it, and I just hadn't had time to do it myself. We could just throw it in at the end here. And that is that since we're doing our live code loading, sometimes a problem happens with Microsoft Visual Studio, which is that when the compiler writes out the executable, it sometimes writes the executable for
that I want to reach just with my hand resting in this bottom left-hand corner. If you love Indie Tales, be sure to subscribe here and on Twitch, where I'm live most weekdays. You can also show your support through Patreon or on itch.io, where I upload assets and games shown on the channel. Hey, welcome pals to a new video. Today we are going to be covering Aseprite and how to use it, specifically how I use it. So that's pretty much all there is. Let's get straight into it. So the first question is, what is Aseprite? Aseprite is a graphics editor, a raster graphics editor specifically, that was written for pixel art. It can be used to make all kinds of things, like this beautiful scrolling background, or your own portraits, or tile sets for your games. Literally anything that is pixel art related, you can make it here. You can even make animated GIFs to upload and share with your friends as well. The first question you're probably asking is why Aseprite, as opposed to, say, something like Photoshop or Microsoft Paint or anything like that. Aseprite is a dedicated piece of software that is being actively worked on all the time. There are new features releasing, routinely, and it's dedicated to pixel art, which means that it doesn't have, say, in Photoshop's case, a whole lot of features that either work against pixel art or need to be disabled or get in the way of the features that you want when you're creating pixel art. So because it's so specific to this kind of medium, it gets out of the way pretty quickly and lets you just do the stuff that you want to do. Let's now talk about the workspace. So, when you open up an Aseprite file for the first time, the first thing you see is this new sprite window, if you press new sprite. And here it's pretty basic. You just have your options to type in the values for the size you want. You can choose a color mode. This can be changed later. And some background options. I usually go for transparent. You don't have to worry about this pixel aspect ratio. These are basically for recreating pixel art that was on very, very old monitors that may not have had a 1-to-1 pixel aspect ratio. Some systems had, wider pixels or taller pixels, but not really relevant. So once you get past that window, you're greeted with the workspace. The workspace is really straightforward. You have your canvas. You have the toolbar on the right. This is all of the things that you use to manipulate what's on the canvas. Above the canvas is the context bar. This shows all of the options for your currently selected tool. So in this case, we have the pencil tool selected, which means that these are all the pencil options. The other thing that changes the way the pencil tool works is the palette. This is what color gets placed down when you draw and when you use it. If you're creating an RGB image, you can literally just pick whatever color you want and use that. You don't have to use the palette, but I recommend using the palette because it makes choosing colors a lot easier and is more consistent with pixel art. You can add new colors by dragging this handle. You can also copy and paste colors. You can add new colors by, if we're in indexed mode, selecting a color that you want and pressing this little exclamation mark. There's a whole bunch of ways to do it. This is the spectrum. This is where you pick the colors from, and this can be changed using the menu up here. There are some options there. You can also pick an entirely new palette from the preset menu up in the top left. So that's palettes. Below is the timeline. The timeline shows us all of our frames and layers associated with the canvas. So you can create a filled in image of one color. You can make a new layer and you can then draw on top of that layer. You can swap those around. You can make them different opacity levels. You can have different blending modes, if you're familiar with what those are. There's a whole bunch of options there. And you can also, of course, animate your images by having multiple frames. That's the timeline. Above that, we have the menu, which just has more options for different aspects of the software, including things like different modes for the canvas and also extra features like the preview window, stuff like that. So that's the workspace. Let's now talk about the workflow. So the Aseprite workflow, or at least my Aseprite workflow, is one that I've developed over a long period of time. I've been using this software for over 7 years, I think, at this point. And the way that I use it, it's not the only way, but it's something that I'm most comfortable with. And I think can be attributed to why I am so fast with the tool. I know when a lot of you watch my videos, it kind of seems like I'm going really, really quickly. So I'm going to try to explain how I approach using the app so that you can make your work a lot faster and more efficiently. My process is basically the same no matter what I'm doing, although there are variations. If I'm doing an animation or a background or a tile set, they're all slightly different. The basics are I'm blocking in what I'm creating, I'm shading it, I'm coloring it, and I'm adding detail. That's pretty much the process. I work with a lot of high resolution pixel art that is, it's not quite so specific in how I place the pixels until the very last detail phase. I know a lot of people, especially beginners, like to place pixels one at a time. And this is something that I think is not a bad way to start, but the more you want to build out your work and create a high volume of work, the less feasible that is as a technique and as a workflow. So what I usually do is I stick to a very small set of tools for the most part, and I use a lot of clever keyboard shortcuts and tricks to produce a lot of work very quickly. So the first thing you want to know is how I approach using the toolbar. Basically, I never move my mouse over to here. I'm almost always using keyboard shortcuts and keeping my mouse around the canvas because it allows me to place things very quickly. So the first shortcut you want to learn is B. B is for brush. In my case, the tool is called the pencil tool, but it's easier to remember brush, right? The brush tool is super useful. You can do so much with it, but I almost always stick to using a round brush. I've got pressure sensitivity turned off, even though I'm using a tablet. Sometimes, if it works, I'll use the symmetry tool, but not always. I usually have Pixel Perfect turned off, and the reason for that is if I'm working and I want to draw a line, it's much more intuitive to know that every pixel that I pass through is going to be colored in, as opposed to using the Pixel Perfect tool, which uses an algorithm to decide which pixels you want to draw on. It can be sometimes inconsistent. For example, you just saw then, you can see the pixels and then sometimes they get removed as you move over. This is because it's designed to create single pixel brushes. So even though you touch a position, it can sometimes be erased as you continue your line across. Instead, I prefer to think of it as more like paint. So wherever I touch, that gets filled in. And then I'll go back later and tighten up the lines. That brings us to our second tool, which is the eraser. And I use the eraser mostly in the first phase, in my blocking stage. What that means is my goal is to create a silhouette, say if I'm creating a character, and I'm toggling between B and E just to define the outlines of that shape that I'm creating, right? So there's no work or effort that I have to do to think about which tool I want. I'm just going, if I want to see more pixels, I press B. If I want pixels to go away, I press E. That's about it. It's trying to take the brain work out of it, right? I'm not picking between different colors at this stage. Once I have this though, I then want to start shading. And there are two really, really special things that I do here. One is to actually switch to a different color, plot it down, and then hold Alt. This is the eyedropper tool. The eyedropper tool, if you hold Alt, it will toggle to that tool for as long as you're holding Alt. And the reason why that's so useful is you can sort of plot down some colors and then pick and choose which colors you want back and forth, right? Just by toggling between Alt and not holding Alt will give you the option to basically, just toggle between them. So I can just sample from different parts of my palette that I've created here in the canvas, just like down here. And I can actually, even up in this area, right? I can click and drag here. I want some of this color. Nope, I want some of this color. Maybe I'll take some of that. this sort of picking and choosing, sampling workflow is one that I use a lot when I'm doing this shading. However, there is another tool, or at least a mode, that I've been using much, much more in recent months. So this is the pencil tool up here, and here I've got Simple Ink selected. This is the default option. There's another option, if you ignore these middle three, called shading. What shading allows you to do is to drag a subset of your palette from, the lowest to the brightest color. You can flip this by pressing X, but by default it's the darkest to the brightest. And wherever you draw, right, will be shifted by one value in that direction. Okay, so what you can do is, without even worrying about staying in the lines, you can just start shading what you're working on. Right, and I think this is like so useful. It's a bit of an advanced technique because it involves, one, setting a slightly different keyboard shortcut. I don't go up here every time and switch between shading and Simple Ink, but I switch between them a lot. So the way I do that is I have some custom keyboard shortcuts set up. You can find those in Edit Keyboard Shortcuts. And the way I have it set up is that B is the brush tool, D is Simple Ink when B is selected, and S is shade. So D and S toggle between the modes when I'm in the brush tool, when I'm in the pencil tool. And that's something that you can set up relatively easily. You just have to go Edit Keyboard Shortcuts and then find your way to it if you just type in shade. So here, shading is S, and that's set ink type. This only works if the pencil tool is selected, so you can set that yourself there. So during this blocking phase and early shading, I'm usually keeping the canvas about full size, right, in my view. And the way that I do that is with the Z key. That's for zoom. You can click, so right click goes in, right click goes out. You can also scrub, which means drag left and right. And basically, wherever you place the pen down and drag, that's the pixel that you're going to move into. So I find this really useful if I'm just trying to zero in on a specific detail. And then if I want to zero away from that detail, you just move in the opposite direction from where you want to see. If I want to see bottom left, I start from top right and I pull away. And so you can center the canvas by pulling like this, in different directions. And I do that a lot. An alternative to that is by holding space. Space is the hand tool, and you can use it to pan around the canvas. So between those two, you can get really agile. You can see me switching between magnifying glass and hand just to navigate really quickly around the canvas. That's really useful when you need to zoom in and you're working with these single pixel details and you're just trying to get around. So for the most part, those are the tools that I use. There are a fair few times where I'll use the selection tools as well. So I'll grab, the marquee tool with M, and I'll drag wherever I want to drag. Let's say I want to do some shading, but only within this region. I might do that. You can also get a lasso version of that same tool with Q. And then alternatively, W will do a wand selection. So that's everything that's within the same color range. And you can make that all of the colors on the entire canvas with contiguous turned off, or just the region that you're looking at if it's turned on, or one area. So those are the selections. If I happen to have multiple layers, right? Let's just say I have, even, how do I remember what's on what layer when they're not even named correctly? And the way that I do that is I press the V key, and V is our move tool, but I use it more of a layer selection tool with this button checked on, auto select layer. So if I want to work on the pink layer, I can, click it, go to the brush tool, plot something down. I can use the eyedropper, plot some more stuff down. Then I'll press V, click on a different layer, and now with the eyedropper tool selected, I can click it and start working on that too. So you can move really quickly between layers, but once you get used to it, it's very, very easy to just, toggle between different layers and draw different things on each of them. That's how I get around, and those are the tools that I use for the most part. So I want to show you how I get around in Aseprite when I'm doing the work that I do. Basically, I have my tablet here. I don't use the mouse, although I have the mouse and I can do pixel art with it. I generally don't like to be drawing with it because I just find it a little bit cumbersome to be using my elbow the way that I do. Instead, when I'm drawing, I really like to use the pen, and so I use that the majority of the time. What I don't do is use any of these can rest my hand to give me quick access to any of these buttons. Instead, the way more natural thing to do is to just rest my hand on the keyboard. And you'll notice that the posture of my hand, I can basically reach all of the most important things that I want to reach just with my hand resting in, and I can drag left and right. I can press Control if I want to change some sort of modifier. I can press B to go to my brush tool. I can press E to erase. It's all right here, right? And if I'm doing things between two layers, so, let's say we've got another layer here, I can just give you a little demonstration. So clicking this, G for paint, for the paint bucket tool, I can select this button here to picking the color here, going back to the V to make sure I'm on this layer, B for brush, and that's just kind of how it works. That's basically that's the approach. I'm just whizzing about here, pressing the keys that I need to press. I'm not going all the way over here. I'm not going over here. I'm not moving my hand back and forth between the tablet and the mouse because all of that is just too much effort. And it's also like the reason why I don't move my mouse over here and click the toolbars themselves, the toolbar tools. I literally want to keep my hand here. I mean, look how fixed this brush hand is. I can reach either side of the canvas and my wrist doesn't have to leave the table. So for me, this is like, this range here is where my eyes are and where my hand reaches the entire time that I'm drawing. Even if I'm drawing something as big as this. I just want to say one thing. I do use a kind of like a plugin, like a tool that somebody wrote for me to change the brush size. So this D and scrubbing across, this is something that I've been requesting is added to Aseprite as an official feature, but as of right now, it's just something that I can do. You can basically replicate that by dragging this. It's the same thing, but it's just one more thing that I don't have to reach. And the way I'm doing it right now is I've got this little Java applet called AceBrush, made by a friend of mine, Wispy, and it just says when I'm selecting the D key and I'm dragging left and right, treat it like I'm scrolling with the control key with the mouse. Because I'm not holding the mouse, I can't do this. I don't have any way of scrolling with this, and I sure as hell don't want to be moving my hand all the way down here and trying to dial this to make it bigger. So that's my little shortcut here of how I change the brush size, and that's so handy for me if I'm trying to work with something and then make something a little bit bigger, go a bit smaller. I do that all the time. So I hope it gets added soon because it's really useful to me. So that's my workflow. That's how I plot pixels down. I want to tell you about a couple of other features that Aseprite has, just to keep your interest. Okay, so there are a bunch of little things that I've come across when using Aseprite that you might stumble into and not know what's going on, or you might not know about and find useful. The first is Tab. So Tab disables or hides the timeline. There's another way of doing this that you might do accidentally and get stuck and not know what's going on. If you press Control F, you can hide different parts of the UI. And I think the first time you do this, you'll get some sort of window saying, hey, did you mean to do this? Basically, it lets you full screen the entire canvas. And if you know how to, if you're in the shortcuts and you know how to use them the way I do, you can use the app fairly comfortably, still doing this. As long as you don't need the palette itself, you can eyedrop the colors that you want and just work this way. It's good for viewing things at full screen, or if you're trying to just show something off to somebody in a Zoom call or whatever, and you don't want the UI in there. That's how you do that. You can press Control F and it just cycles through different variations. And then Tab gets rid of this. That's disabling parts of the UI. Another thing that tends to happen to me quite a lot is snapping. If you press Shift S, what will happen is the work that you're doing will snap to the grid, right? All the lines you draw, everything will snap to the grid. And first time this happened to me, I was like, what is going on? I don't know how to get out of this. There's a little thing that says disable snap to grid in the bottom right to make that go away. Another little feature that I think a lot of you appreciate, a lot more than I appreciate it because I don't use it that often, is the preview window. So the preview window, what is it? It's just a version of the canvas that you can put in a window. I think in the next version of Aseprite, this is going to be able to be pulled away from the actual Aseprite window. So right now it's locked within Aseprite, but soon I think it will be its own window that you can drag around your desktop onto your second monitor or whatever you want to do. So you can actually even play animations here. And if you want to do that with the keyboard shortcut, it's Shift Enter. We'll play and pause animations in this space here. So that's the preview. One that I use a lot for work like this is this huge canvas here, right? It's a repeating background. It's actually a lot smaller than it looks. I use tiled mode to basically duplicate the canvas. So you can go tiled mode in one axis, in this case X-axis. And what this does is just duplicates the view of your canvas twice. So anything that you do gets transferred across all three. They're not three different canvases. It doesn't extend your canvas. All it's doing is duplicating what's shown in this window twice. If you did want to make a canvas bigger, you can go to the sprite option, select canvas size, and you can drag it that way. Now, another really handy feature that I think makes Aseprite basically one of the best pieces of software I've ever used is something that allowed me to make this image right here. There's a lot of detail here. It's a very complicated looking thing. It looks like it's all rotating and doing so in 3D space. And I created this partly with the help of basically this design pattern that appears in Aseprite. So in Aseprite, if you have something selected and that selection appears as part of a set, you can perform operations across the entire set. Say, if I have my palette and I want to make an adjustment to the brightness, if I select multiple palette indices, I can change the brightness across all of them at the same time. Okay, that's really cool. If I have a color or a selection that appears across multiple frames, I can change that selection by, say, replacing the color, and that will work across all of them too. If I don't do that, if I have one frame selected and I change the color, it'll only appear on that frame. So you can make group changes to anything in Aseprite that is part of a selection. And this also works with the marquee tool as well. So if I select a portion of the canvas, but then select multiple frames, right, I can replace a color within that selection across all the frames. Right, so I take this, create a selection, drag the layers that I want, select here, replace the color, and now it's replaced everywhere, even if they're not the same contents, right? So we could draw, something looks like this on this frame, on this frame, on this frame, on this frame. We could draw all kinds of different shapes, and then select the window, select every frame that we want it to apply on, replace the color, and that will play out across all of those now. So powerful. And it doesn't have to be all on the same layer either. You can make this change over things across different layers as long as you select them. Right? I could select this and 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 do something specific with those frames too. The other thing that's really handy is you can just drag things across layers if you want. You can swap layers, you can move an entire frame back if you want, or you can move a frame forward. Aseprite's way of handling moving these objects is a little tricky. Once you've clicked it, you'll see there's a red fill with a yellow border. You have to grab the yellow border to make this work. Dragging the red fill will just change your selection. So instead you want to click and then run to the edge of that rectangle, and now you can drag it around. So I've shown you replacing colors with Shift R, but let's now cover outlines with Shift O. The outline tool is such an easy tool to use and replaces a lot of boring work. By simply just clicking color, dragging the color that you want. You can choose inner or outer, and you choose how dense you want the outline to be, and that's it. Easy peasy. I believe you can also do this over multiple layers and multiple frames. There it is. So if you have, say, an animation and you want that animation to be outlined, you can do that just as easily. So I've shown you the workspace, I've shown you my workflow and some tricks on some hidden features that you might not know about. The last obvious thing I can show you is export options. So let's say you've been working on your pixel art thing for multiple hours now and you're finally happy with it this time for sure, and you want to export it somewhere. You want to share it on Twitter or put it in your game or whatever it is. So there are two ways to export your work. The first is with the export option, which is right here, export. You can do that by pressing Ctrl-Alt-Shift-S as well on the keyboard. This option is pretty straightforward. You can folder, you change the name to whatever you want. You can resize it. This is especially useful if you're uploading to somewhere on the web like Discord or Twitter. Often what will happen is if you keep this 100 and your work is pretty small, say 16 by 16, it's going to show up in a very tiny little window wherever you set it. And if it doesn't show up as a tiny little window, it'll be scaled up with what's called a bilinear filtering. So it'll become really blurry. If you're exporting your work and you're getting blurry results, changing this to be much, much higher is definitely going to help you out. So if you're working with like 16 by 16, you want to go like 6 or 7 or 800. If you're working with something like 64 by 64, you're only editing it by like 200 or 400%. So in this case, 64 by 64 is what I want. If you're exporting assets for your games, do not change this. Okay, your game should be able to scale the graphics in the engine. You don't want to scale them. You're exporting your artwork. This is only for sharing on the internet. Then you have layers and frames. So this is on what basis you want to export this, right? Are we exporting the visible layers on this frame or just selected layers, a specific layer, and then which one do you want to export? So this window is for exporting a single image or an animated image, right? But it only shows one frame's worth of content in the window when you export it. So you can export it as a PNG of just your work, or if it's animated, you export it with this window as a GIF, and that will figure itself out. If you've got multiple frames selected, it'll figure it out. You can select from here file format that you want, and if you select GIF, it'll animate if you've got multiple frames. GIF is the only format of the list that actually can be animated on the web. You can export an animation as PNG files, but what that will do is export every sprite, every frame, as its own PNG, that's just numbered 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. If instead what you want is a sprite sheet, so one sheet that has all the frames on it for use in your game, rather than pressing Ctrl-Alt-Shift-S, you just want to press Ctrl-E. This is the export sprite sheet option. You have all these options, and the first one is just what you actually want the sprite sheet to be indexed as. You know, is it a horizontal strip? Is it a vertical strip? Is it a box of rows and columns? You can define that here pretty easily. By rows, number of columns, 3 columns, and this will be, 3 columns split into rows left to right. Right. Again, like the previous window, you have these layers and frames options, so you can export just one tab or one frame or whatever it is that you want to export based on selection here. You can add some padding. I don't usually have these, but you can do them, sure. And the output file. So that's been my rundown of Aseprite. Is there anything specific that you want me to talk about regarding Aseprite that's not in my existing playlist? We've got, I think, about 50 videos now on this channel, so the odds are that I've covered pretty much everything that Aseprite has at this point across one video or other. Otherwise, I might make a video about it. So let me know what.
Talk about the tools that you're going to be using out through your pixel adventure. First off, you can find all the main tools over here to the right. And the first one we'll be looking at is the pencil tool. You can get it by clicking over here, or you can type B on your keyboard to get, and right click erases. And if it doesn't erase when you right click, go down here and make sure that your background color is set as mask. Besides that, you can also change the size up here. But in fact, on the middle object, I want it to be just the normal blue, so I would select it, and I would now just color it in, just go about the normal selection tool. So here, and when you now drag
If you want to learn how to design and create your own characters in a pixel art style, then stick around and I'll show you how. Friend in retro pixel art is really cool though, so 2D character design, not just pixel art. Oh, yeah, fast when running away from your bald ass head. Follow along. Okay, so Lady will be joining us. This is Lady. It's the only way I can keep her quiet. Okay, so first step here is to gather some reference. I use this program called PureRef. It's really cool to draw an alligator, but with reference you can do that pretty easily. It's not cheating. Don't worry about anything like that. So I'm just going to get some images. So let's have a look. I like this because it shows his leg and his hand work in nice style. But while I'm doing this, I can see well, I have shapes like frogs. Like this one's very long, rectangular, but they got big eyes. Anyway, it's just a frog. Who's that? Who's it? It's you. It's you. Yeah. Just a frog. So some reference here about how a frog can put. So I think for my character note I'm going to make is a simple frog who is just completely oblivious to everything that's going on. So I need to find some style reference. A lot I think looks cool, colors that I think work really nice. So let's do that. I really like the art on Chicken, so I'm gonna check that out. Work, that's for sure. Step 2, silhouette. Like I said, I'm using Aseprite for this. I've got my reference up in here on the monitor, so I'll use that, keep referring to it, making my follow it too strictly. You know, you are the artist, you get to choose what to do at the end of the day, so you know, take it with a pinch of salt. Right. Not actually pinch of salt, actually salt. Right, let's create frog. I'm just going to use a 16 pixel by 16 pixel grid here. You can use whatever pixel size you want. And I'm just going to get started with some silhouettes. So the character is a simple frog who's completely oblivious to everything going on. I think I'll try just a big circle. First of all, from reference images, I can see here that the frog's eyes sort of pop out. If I can show the eyes popping out of the silhouette, it might be instantly recognizable that that's a frog. So I'm going to try and do that with this first design. So does that look like a frog? I'm not sure. Let's keep working on some. Let's try pushing the eyes a bit. The frog. I think this first one is probably too basic of a shape, and the second one is too complex of a shape. So let's try in between. That's better. We're getting more. I'm just going to try and keep it simple. It seems like a very fat sort of frog, but I kind of like this idea of something very simple. Now that I'm happy with the silhouette, it's time to move on to the next step. Step 3, style. The color theory behind it, you can use this website called Glowspec, which is really, really good for it. So let's just find a color palette that I like and use that for the frog. I'm going to go with this Pico 8 palette because the Pico 8 is awesome, and these colors are really nice and vibrant. So I'm just going to start developing this and let's see how it goes. I think okay, it's still at the bottom. See, I don't think the silhouette is perfect here, but I'm going to try and refine that a little bit more with the outline and the design. So let's try and fix it. Frogs are pretty difficult, aren't they? I'm trying to give them legs without them destroying the shape too much. No, I'm not too worried about that because the color helps define these parts that we did have in the original silhouette. So let's keep going. So I'll keep that as a base for now. He doesn't really look silly. He looks a little bit traumatized. I do like this. This is cool. Might be getting a bit too complicated, but you can see from that one his silhouette actually looks a bit more like a frog. But I do just like how simple this guy is. I'm just going to keep developing this sort of simple shape style, just because I think it looks cool. Zooming out definitely helps with pixel art as well, so try and do that often, or have some sort of preview window where you can see it from a zoomed out point of view. Okay, I kind of like that. I think this is what I'm going to go with. I think this is the frog that I needed. He looks kind of silly with a nose. Push his body down, I like that. I pushed it down just a little bit there. I think that's my final frog, my final little pixel art character. I like that. There we have it, our own pixel art frog. You can use this as a template for style to create other characters. Here's a bunch of frogs, a bunch of frogs.
What's up game developers, Couch Ferret here, and today I'm gonna walk you through my process of how I draw an anime. And today
Hello everybody, Chris here, and in this video I wanted to show you guys how we can install extra color palettes to Aseprite so that you can use them on your pixel art. So first off, I'm going to go find a decent color palette online. So lowspec.com/palette-list is a really good resource for finding colors for pixel art. Okay, so Dawnbringer 32 colors looks pretty good, so we'll go ahead and download this palette file from here. So as you can see, this site has special formats for Photoshop and GIMP, but inside of Aseprite, we can actually just use PNG image 1x here, which is going to give us a really tiny image file to download. Essentially what this is it's just all the colors in a row. So if we zoom in here, we can right click and save this image. So where we're going to want to save this new color palette is going to be wherever we have Aseprite installed and then into the palettes folder. So for me, I have Aseprite on Steam, so I want to go to C drive, program files, and then from the Steam directory, we go to Steam apps, common, Aseprite, data, and then into the palettes folder. So yeah, if you have Aseprite and it's not purchased on Steam, the location might be a little different, but we just saved the PNG image into this folder. And now we need to restart Aseprite. So I'm going to close this out and I'm going to relaunch it from my computer. So booting that up, we can start a new sprite file very quickly. And let's go to presets over here in the top left to select a color palette. And we should see the Dawnbringer 32 over here. So we can just select that and then we can start editing with those colors. Now, if you want to customize your own palette, you can click on the icon over here in the top left, which will unlock the palette, and then we can make changes to the colors by selecting the color we want to change to a different one. And let's just say we did this a bunch. Then we can go over here on the right and choose Save Palette, and then we would save this in exactly the same location. So for me, that's going to be back in this Steam folder, Steam Apps, Common, Aseprite, Data, Palettes, and just put it here with a new name. So we can call this Custom Palette, and just save it. And then the next time you load up Aseprite, that custom palette should load